Righty, welcome everyone. We will get started. We have a bit of a change of format today because we have a contingent from the Chinese consulate coming to visit, and so we're going to start the meeting very shortly, and then we will adjourn to meet with them. So I'd ask you all to be upstanding, and I'll please welcome Wendy from the Glenelg Baptist Church to come through and open us in prayer. Welcome, Wendy.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. It's my pleasure, my privilege to open this meeting in prayer, so please join me as we pray. Almighty God, creator of the universe, we acknowledge that you are wholly good and wholly loving. You love justice and righteousness, and you ask us to join you in bringing justice and righteousness to your world. We thank you for our community leaders here today, for their desire to represent and serve the people of this region and to build healthy and resilient communities for all people. Lord God, your word tells us that those who listen to advice will be considered wise, and your word tells us that you give wisdom generously to anyone who asks you for it. So today we ask for your wisdom. As the business of the council is discussed and decisions are made, may those here today listen well to the advice that is offered, and may they ask and receive wisdom from you in all their deliberations. Lord God, in a time and place where there are fewer and fewer examples of healthy disagreement, we pray for your grace and peace to be in this place, so that all matters can be discussed and debated in open and respectful ways, that all voices may be heard and understood, that all perspectives may be considered. Then, Lord, grant your wisdom and discernment to make the choices that will bring justice and righteousness, that will build vibrant and thriving communities in our region. Heavenly Father, may your kingdom come, your will be done, here on earth, in Timaru and South Canterbury, today and every day, as it is in heaven. Amen.
Kia ora, thank you, Wendy. Please be seated. As mentioned, thank you, Wendy. Have a wonderful day. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. As mentioned, I have a change to today with the Consul General coming in, and I think they're here shortly. So we will now adjourn, and then we'll be back at 11 a.m. sharp to resume the meeting. Thank you. Team, we'll get started. Alrighty, welcome back everyone. We'll get moving on the agenda. So I'll call for apologies. We have Anna Lyon. We don't need to move or second that. Also, welcome to Kathy and Sarah from the respective community boards. Great to have you with us. There's no public forum, no urgent business, no minor nature. Any conflicts of interest with the agenda today, team? No, all good. Okay, so we're going to go to, and sorry, Megan has shared this run sheet with you, so it's in your emails. So we're moving some stuff around, but otherwise follow my lead. But if you need some prep, it's just indicative to make sure you're on track. But we'll go to minutes. 7.1, council meeting held on the 24th of February 2026. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Puddington, Councillor Shannon, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. 7.2, minutes of the extraordinary council meeting held on 3rd of March 2026. Councillor Burt, thank you. Councillor Wilson, thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Schedules of functions attended by Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors. I'm happy to move that from the Chair. Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you. Councillor Thomas, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. 8.2, schedules of functions attended by the Chief Executive. I'll move that from the Chair as well. Seconder. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Just a couple of tick box ones. 9.1, fixing the common seal. Can I have a move of that? Councillor Burt, thank you. Seconder. Yep, Councillor Shannon, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Actions register update. I won't go through it line by line, but if you've got something specific on an action, can you please raise that? Yep, thanks. Councillor Pye.
Just on the Rangitata South Reserve Management Plan, it read as if the consultation had finished and we only got 2 submissions, but it doesn't actually close until the 19th of April and there are still more coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's cool. We'll note that. Change. Anything else from actions? That's right. I'll give you a wee moment to walk through your notes. There's a couple of actions that still will just be work in progress, such as pools and some other things. wasn't intentional. Councillor Scott, welcome.
Sorry, I was just trying to get my question. It was with regards to action, the vertical infrastructure maintenance report.
Yep.
And thank you for the update, the March update. My question was around, it'll be really interesting to know, we have a large land ownership of rateable rates as well. So my question was, it would be really good when we're doing the rest of that work to understand what is actually returning an income from those land parcels. So, because obviously we have, what are we not getting back?
Yeah.
So if it's just costing us rates and we're not getting a return, it'd be really good to understand that 5%.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, 100%. So understand some income and expenditure across those assets.
Yeah, because 5% of current rates sounds a lot.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so, but what return are we getting on that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's cool. We've noted that. Thank you, Megan. Anything further on the actions? Thank you for that, Councillor Scott. No, if not, we will go to recommendation that is that Council receives in notes the updates to the actions register. Can I have a mover for that, please? Thank you. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Shannon is the seconder. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Alrighty, so welcome the team from Timaru District Holdings. Welcome. We've got first the Timaru District's Holding Limited Quarterly Report, which is 9.3 and then 9.4, and then we'll be going into public excluded to do some asset review with TDHL. So, floor is yours, team. I'll let you introduce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, councillors, Chair Mark Rogers, Deputy Chair Darren Evans, Director Justin Riley, General Manager Fraser Munro. So thank you for having us along today. We'll start out with the quarterly report. So we're covering the 6-month period from 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of December 2025. Quite an operationally focused report. So for this one, I'll hand over to Fraser to give an update.
Right, thank you, Mark. So the statements show TDHL's position at 31 December 2025, so it's 4 months ago nearly now. But the operational performance continues to track strongly, and since that date, with reliable revenue from the portfolio, as well as the Prime Port dividend received late last year. From an operational activity perspective, it was another busy 6 months with several property projects being completed, primarily around the Union Bank and some site improvement projects down at the port.
And we welcome questions.
Already, questions, team, regarding 9.3. Thank you, Councillor Piddington.
I think I've got 3. Just on the property portfolio, Fraser, you've got a 7% or greater on the port property. What about the balance of the properties? It's always good selling me the good news. What's the percentage on the other properties?
So those are development properties, classed as development properties, and they are currently still in development mode, so we don't have any tenants on those. So they're not generating them.
There's no return because there's no income on them at the moment. So
what are you doing in terms of that? Because I note Fraser Street and 1A Queen Street are big plots of land worth over $4 million. Do you have any active?
The 3 Fraser Street is quite a big parcel which has got a couple of 3 or 4 tenants on it. So there's sort of a bit of detail in there, but primarily all of the developable, usable land down there is rented. And there's just some residual land down there that has access issues. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, yep. Thanks. Alpine Energy, I see the new chair was provided with a performance update on Alpine Energy, but you don't tell us whether it's good, bad or indifferent.
Good point. To date, they've had a pretty good a good year. They're progressing well. We hit a budget on several fronts. We had a good engagement session with them last week, and we're expecting a financial update again in the next couple of months.
they still have ongoing long-term challenges around capital requirements to invest into the network balance sheet position. So there's no change materially, but in terms of their operational performance this year, it's going well.
Okay, thank you. Final question. You note the showgrounds in this report is yet to settle. Has that happened? And when, if not, when is it? And what land will be left over after that happens?
We're anticipating, no, it hasn't settled. A requirement prior to settlement is that the stockpile is relocated. So we're anticipating that to be close towards June this year. And once that land is settled, TDHL will not own any land at the showgrounds.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Piddington. Further questions? Councillor Pye.
Thank you. I just had a couple. I note that you've got the dividend as to be determined, and looking at the financial performance, obviously not getting a dividend from Alpine Energy is causing issues. And I just wondered how the board make a decision on what dividend to pay, given that the forecasted dividend is going to be more than the earnings for the year.
We take into account a range of factors over short and long-term balance sheet position, strength, equity, also free cash coming in. So both the operating position and the realisation of cash from assets as well. And I would anticipate this year that we will deliver the budgeted dividend.
So, and that dividend will be paid from free cash flow this year.
I'll just add a couple more questions. So your commentary suggests that rental payments falling due in the second half of the financial year and ongoing cost control will improve this further. But when I looked at the figures, and maybe it's just me, but when you have actual on the left and budget on the right, and then for the forecast you swap it around to budget on the left and actual on the right, makes it very hard to keep a track of what column's which. So I may have got this wrong, but it appears to me that you're 30k ahead of budget at the moment, but by end of year you're only going to be 16k ahead. That doesn't really suggest ongoing cost control to me. I was just worried about the narrative not really matching the figures.
Well, I guess TDHL has a large proportion of of rents paid quarterly and 6 monthly, so they will have fallen now, so those will be realised.
But surely your forecast reflects that, your budgeting reflects that?
To an extent, not entirely yet.
Okay. And then my last question is possibly not just a question for the board, but I couldn't tell in the report the difference between the LGFA funding and the TDC funding, and note that interest was going to be 200,000 over budget, or was forecast to be. And I wondered so question for the wider room, should we be asking TDHL to repay the debt that is owed to TDC, and what needs to happen? And I know we spoke about this yesterday, and we need to be well aware of what effect that might have on our credit rating, given that we need to provide a further assurance of uncalled capital. But do we need a report? So I'm probably looking at you now, Andrea, wherever you are. Do we need a report to come to council on whether that's an option and whether we should do that?
I suppose from a TDHL perspective, our interest costs are managed through a treasury policy. So there's a hedging profile and regime that sits over top of those. In terms of that TDC intercompany debt, we could fund that cheaper from LGFA, and so we'd happily go elsewhere and pay that off. In terms of the implications that would have on you, it's 22 million, you've got a $2.2 billion asset base, less than 1%. It's not going to shift the dial in terms of any external credit rating agency, and especially because they look at it from a group perspective as well. And also depends a bit on what you do with that, any repayment. But
it's the uncalled capital that we need to guarantee that loan that worries me. But moving the dial, like if you can get money cheaper from LGFA, I'm kind of sitting here going, why aren't we doing that?
Yeah, there'd be savings for us as well.
We would happily support that.
So is that another
So
paper?
your question, so we can pick that up. So Andrea's going to jump in there and talk to that.
Yes, we can bring a paper forward. We'll have a chat with Fraser about what that might look like.
Perfect. Got that as an action. That's great. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Pye? No? Okay. Sorry, Councillor Piddington, did you have another? No. Did you have another? No, you're all good. Okay, other side of the table in regard to this one, 9.3. Okay, cool. That's that note. So we'll go to the, sorry, anything further, team, before we close that one out? No,
thank you.
Okay, cool. So motion is that council receives and notes the Timaru District Holdings Limited quarterly report for the period 1st of July 25 to 31st of December. It's not technically right because it's not quarterly report, but the period is 6 months.
Actually, under the legislation, we have a requirement to provide a 6-monthly report, so it ties in with the quarterly report time frame, so it covers both.
Yeah, but the word quarter and the time frame are at odds with each other in our resolution. The two quarters. Okay. Anyway, semantics.
May I suggest it's the 6-monthly report?
Yeah, I would suggest that makes sense. Yeah. So we'll make that change. Thank you. Perfect. I'm happy to move that from the chair. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Burt, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. 9.4, receipt of Timaru Districts Holding Limited draft statement of intent, and we have workshops to follow on this as well on the 21st, I think, isn't it? Mr Rogers.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm pleased to present the draft 26-27 statement of intent. This statement of intent has been reviewed and updated by TDHL, taking into account the letter of expectation. While TDHL's core purpose, priorities, objectives and outcomes remain consistent with previous years, the following updates have been made: broadening the strategic priority, providing shareholder return to include growing equity and the ability to reinvest, including the investment fund and the objectives and outcomes, new investments and diversification, clarifying the objectives and outcomes, shareholder return to include ongoing capital growth and alignment to the letter of expectations, including the investment fund and the annual goals for 26-27, and updated financial forecast summary, including the target of paying $1.6 million dividend to Council in 2026-27. I note this is a receive and note paper with the workshop scheduled for the 21st of April, where you'll have a document provided with tracked changes as well. And I welcome any questions now in advance of that workshop.
Perfect, thanks. So maybe some themes, if there's anything particular that you want to take through to that, but there'll be good opportunity on the 21st. Yep, Councillor Pipe.
Just a quick one. The sentence above point 10, governance, doesn't seem to have been finished. I'm not really sure what you're saying, which doesn't need an answer now. And I know we talked about this at length yesterday, but I think there's a lot of public interest in what's happening in the Middle East and what risk that might have for income going forward through the port. The answer, but yeah.
Probably not right now. We are doing thinking on it. Evolving situation. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool, thank you. Okay, that's perfect. Taking into account that we have that workshop. So we look to the recommendation on the screen for 9.4 that Council receives the draft TDHL Statement of Intent 26-27. Can I have a mover for that, please? Thank you. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Wilson. No further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Now, we are going to move the meeting around, and this, apologies to members of the public, but because we've got the team from TDHL, we're now going to bring forward PX, which was the Timaru District Holdings Limited Asset Review. So we now need to move to exclusion of the public, and I will also incorporate, as you can see into the screen, on the screen, that the team be included into that PX meeting. If you're comfortable with those motions, can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Councillor Scott? Yep. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So, ladies, apologies, but we, Kathy and Sarah, jump into the, we will be definitely over an hour, but make yourself at home in the council lounge. Yeah. Good to go. Alrighty, welcome back. We move back to the normal agenda, and we are on to agenda item 9.5, which is the Venture Timaru quarterly report, and I welcome Nigel Davenport and Erin McNaught to come and speak with us. Welcome, team. Thank you for coming along. And we've got the two agenda items with the following 9.6's Venture Timaru draft statement of intent. But we'll start with 9.5, quarterly report. Pass to you, Nigel.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, everybody. Two things. We'll start on the quarterly report, and then I've got a bit of context around the SOI as well. Quarterly report for the period through to 31st of December, but obviously given we're now in all but in April, some of that commentary in there actually refers to the first part of the year as well. I think moving forward, and it's a conversation piece that we're having is around the cadence and the timing of some of the reporting as well. We'll catch up on that as well. Obviously, I'll take it as read, the quarterly report focused in on some of the activity, the engagements we're having, both from a new business and an existing business perspective. And I've just made comment at the bottom of page 2 there that, as is primarily the case with some of the new business opportunities, there's a varying degree of some confidentiality associated with those, but we're looking to discuss in a bit more detail with you those as we can in our workshop on the 21st of April. The business development, which is our engagement with existing businesses, helping them innovate and grow. That's just to give you a bit of an example around some of the introductions made, the barriers identified, the actions we've taken, and some of the new opportunities that we're stepping through. A couple of comments I would make in relation to the tourism side of things. One of the key things that the team do is around building capability, trade readiness, etc. You will see some comments in there around the volume of Qualmark rated operators that we have now locally. One recently obtained with our support and guidance, Big Rock Adventures out Geraldine Way. I think, I can talk to and answer any questions. The financials obviously are for the period through the first half year. Some commentary in relation to where we're sitting versus budget, versus our revised budget. Happy to answer any questions specifically in relation to the quarterly report, and then once we've done that, step into the statement of intent. So, thank you.
Yep,
Logan, our chair, sends his apologies. He's in China at the moment. Year of the horse.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you for your report. Just some quick questions and just some stuff that needs some clarification for me. Number one, well done on getting on the Australian TV show Sunrise. Excellent, that was awesome. Number two, I'm not familiar with the term closed lost regarding the hotel opportunity. And the third thing I had was just around inner city living, but just back to that closed lost thing, what does that mean?
It just means that the person we were talking to was originally looking at the opportunity, among others, of a hotel, and he's moved on to something else. Okay, so it's... Okay. So that final question, just the inner city living, says here that you're seeking more comfort and vision on the future of the CBD. I thought there was a fair amount of clarity around that moving forward, so what are you not comfortable with there? Sorry, it's not so much me, it's the developer. They're saying, look, we're ready to commit, we're keen to see get a better understanding around the future of the CBD, etc. So, yes, the city-town work had been done, but I think it really comes down to the individual developer. So we are keen, we've been working with Mr. Cooper over the back around the work we've done around the inner and near city living. So one thought was that we would put that alongside an abridged version of the good stuff that had come out of Citytown. But we're sort of at the stage now where we think it needs to get out there, because there are people that have done some really good inner and near city living developments. There's more interest in it now. We've got people, purchasing, coming into town, living up on not just the terrace, but in some of the other buildings that have been developed as well. The Empire Hotel's just been remodelled into, various apartments, etc. So I think the timing is right for us to really get out there and shake the trees and say that from a vibrancy perspective, this is important to us, so let's get it done. And it leads into, it's not just Timaru CBD, the inner and near town living, I think, is where the vibrancy, or we believe where the vibrancy of our towns and cities will come from.
Price of diesel and petrol too might want people to...
All about walking.
move them into town quicker.
Yep.
Alrighty, thank you. Further questions on this side? Councillor Puddington, thank you.
Just around the two events, Nigel, that didn't go ahead, do you reallocate those funds, or what happens? I see there was a Fraser Park concert and Midland squash.
No, those funds haven't been reallocated. We comment on them in the SOI. You will have seen that in the SOI. So our intention is, in the conversations we've been having with the Chief Executive, is, if they're not allocated in the year, we will carry them forward, and then it will reduce the ask for next year, if that makes sense. And those two events they didn't proceed for a couple of reasons, and the reality is, the one at Fraser Park was more around timing, whereas the squash one, the cost to get that event down here 2 years in a row, unfortunately, was, yeah.
Good. Further questions? Otherwise, no. Otherwise, we can move on to statement of intent. So, can I have a mover that we receive and note the Venture Timaru quarterly report? Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Yes. Yes, I think we'll keep a consistency and make that 6 months as well. Sorry, we just had this with the TDHL report earlier. Happy to move that change. Yep. And can we have a seconder for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Burt. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Awesome. So, yeah, statement of intent, Nigel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a moment just to clarify some context around our draft statement of intent. So we submitted our draft statement of intent on the 26th of February, which met the required deadline of the end of February, as required of us, CCOs by Council. It was also just 2 days after Council considered the recommendations of the review into our operations. So from our perspective, and as we've communicated, this is very much a draft SOI. What we have done, though, is sharpen the focus within the SOI, particularly around our 4 priority pillars, which we believe align really well, or very well, with the enhanced status quo direction coming out of that review, and the subsequent discussions, both at governance level between our board and yourselves, but also my own discussions with the Chief Executive. In terms of efficiencies and cost savings, that expectation has solidified over recent weeks, and I've met with the Chief Executive to make sure we're aligned on that direction, which I can say we most definitely are. So we are working through that now, and we'll bring an updated 26-27 budget back to you that reflects those expectations as part of our 21st of April workshop. Okay? So I just wanted to make that clarification. So in terms of that budget, obviously in the SOI, it is very much a draft. It was a bit of a pot boiler as we knew at the time. We've taken on board the feedback that has come down into management from board, from yourselves regarding the review, and we are working on that at the moment, and we look forward to talking with you on that on the 21st of April around the year ahead. I'd happy to field any other questions in the interim.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for clearing that up. And yeah, important to note, and absent of a letter of expectation because of a review, and to your point, on the 21st, we've got that workshop as well. So this is a receiver and note report, but is there any, again, sort of guidance, direction, anything that you want to share with Nigel and Erin? Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, just one small thing, I suppose, in terms of guidance and what have you. A general comment that it just felt a little bit like the SOI, as good as it was, didn't speak so much to TDC being the shareholder as much as it did a stakeholder as such. It didn't feel like it linked in as strongly to perhaps our strategic objectives. General comment just from me.
No, that's fine. So we can, no, thank you very much for that. I'll have a good look at that, or we'll have a good look at that and strengthen that up as we step into the workshop with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we can work that through in the workshop. I've got a couple of things, but they're more workshop related, I think, so I don't think that we need to, in the interest of time, we can, discuss through the workshop. Any other questions? Yeah, happy to move. Councillor Shannon? Yeah. Over here, Councillor Burt. No further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in 3 weeks.
It was easy.
Before.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we look forward to that discussion on the 21st. 21st? Yeah. Perfect. Awesome. Thanks, team. We go now to 9.7. Susie, temporary road closure applications.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'd just take this report as read, but point out, thank you very much, OJ, finding our error, chocolate fish. Under point 18, there is an error in total for approval in this paper. It should actually be $4,270. The previously approved and cost to date all add up to current expenditure, but there was an error there, so just pointing that out. Obviously, these are for the 2 Anzac Day parades, road closures, and funding of the temporary traffic management. So, are there any questions?
Cool. Should be relatively simple. I'll just ask that someone happy to move. Councillor Jenkinson, yeah, seconder. Councillor Harper. No, too easy. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Perfect. Thank you. We will go now to 9.8, which is next to themed over water. This first one, implementing the Water Service Delivery Plan March update. Welcome, Elliot. And that's on page 104.
Good afternoon. Through the Chair, we have the March update to the Water Service Delivery Plan implementation. Through the Chair, I might take this in 2 parts. Firstly, we have the resolutions that we're seeking here, endorsing the commitment agreement and establishing the joint shareholders committee, and that might be the first part. And then I noticed in reviewing the report, unlike the previous reports, we're not really talking about what happens next, so I'll come to that in the second part. There's a bit of information there around the commitment agreement and so forth. It's got a little bit of a history. We've obtained some external legal advice on that and worked through with them on that, and we're comfortable with the scope and content of the commitment agreement. It's essentially, the pathway for this council and Mackenzie District to work together to establish this new water organisation, but importantly to structure those foundational documents that will guide the company going forward. So if there's any questions on the commitment agreement, I might go to those now before we go to the terms of reference.
Thank you. And Mackenzie have signed this off last week too, haven't they?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Questions on that first part?
The agreement is the first document there, and it is at begins at page 122 in the agenda. The references through the report, the italicised references, are the page numbers of the commitment agreement itself. Right. Yeah, go for it. No, yeah, sorry, I apologise.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, on page 128, this is where we talk about costs. 128, sorry. So at the near the top of that page, which comes under the project group, it says costs that exceed this amount will require approval by the steering group in the first instance, then the joint shareholder committee. And then we talk about project funding, and it says additional funding will require the shareholder council's approval by resolution, and they feel like they contradict each other, and I just wondered if you could talk through why they are different, please.
Further funding is the prerogative of the council, but it would want to come with a recommendation through the steering group and the JSC. So sorry, I know that full sentence should have been in there, but essentially the council holds the purse strings, but it's going to be the steering group and the JSC that are going to work through that process. Yeah, so I appreciate that. It should have.
Yeah, because it just kind of alludes to that the steering group can approve that further funding, but they're not, are they?
Well, they don't have any budget.
No.
Yep.
Just don't want someone to pick it up and go, we're allowed to approve more funding.
Well, the JSC is going to receive some advice in their first meeting or two on the budget, and I've noted at the back of the paper with budget implications that the original allocation is predicated upon a single shareholding water organisation. So we need to be clear-eyed about the complexities that having two is going to entail. But we also want to have more of a project plan, more of a procurement strategy, and an idea of how we're going to spend this money before we have conversations about more money. So to be absolutely clear, it's the council with the purse strings, but you need to be informed by through the steering group and the JSC, but more importantly, you need to be informed by actually how rolling this project out as a two council proposition is going to look, because I do think it is going to be more complicated, and so we're just flagging that at paragraph 59 of the report. But absolutely clear that it's the council with the purse strings, and the steering group is limited to the currently budgeted funds.
Then I'm not sure if it's even in the same report because it goes on a number of pages, but page 152. Sorry, because I've just scooted right through to my next note, but is that the same? That's the same report? Yep. So under the issues relating to shareholding, it says on the first point, unanimous approval of the councils. And I just wanted to I just thought we could make that clearer, because you don't mean that council around this table has to be unanimous, do you? You mean the two councils have to be unanimous, and I just thought that was a little bit vague.
Yes, no, it is that both councils will need to agree. This is the commercial terms are the, I guess what you'd call the indications of what will be in the foundational documents, so we'll make that clear in the foundational documents, but no, it's not going to be requiring unanimity per elected member. Yep, go for it, Stacey.
I just had, and it's a similar question to Michelle at the start, but I just wasn't quite sure what protections do we have if costs escalate beyond current assumptions. Like there's no, I don't feel like there's no protection in here. Like the agreement doesn't have a level of control that matches our financial commitment. It was I felt that was quite vague as well. We've got a large financial commitment. Mackenzie have 250 plus their million, but
how we believe we will manage this is that the costs of this project will sit in our balance sheet. It'll sit in this balance sheet,
Okay.
just the one. And then that will be transferred across to the water service entity at that point. And then what goes across the water service entity will be split into the net assets of the two councils.
Oh, yeah.
So it will be done on that basis. So
Yeah.
to be frank, the $1 million that Mackenzie have suggested, it's neither here nor there, to be honest. But what we've got to do, though, is get the budget lined up, and that's why we did some work yesterday with the two councils to get some work groups to go, what do we think the budget looks like? We also are going to get the JSC, when they get those together, we're going to ask the CEO of Salmon Water, who took them through that process, to talk to us about what went well, what didn't go well, and what did their costs look like. We won't match that, but it gives you a good indication.
Yeah.
And then we're also going to get that person to actually come and talk to the steering group as well.
Oh yeah, that sounds good. My cheeky comment would say, so we're quite happy to be a bank for Mackenzie, but not a bank for our community, just being.
Well, no.
Well, one, we can guarantee return. Well, it's true.
Say that in there.
Yeah, well, no, it does. That's all right. You're allowed to be cheeky, Councillor Scott, and fair. Further questions on this part of the paper? No, keep us going, Elliot.
So the next document that we're seeking your endorsement is the Joint Shareholders Committee's terms of reference. So these are the powers and delegations of that joint committee between Mackenzie and Timaru District. And they're in a different order, actually. Okay. So you will be, you'll need to identify membership of that and a backup, an alternative appointee. And essentially what this committee is doing is threefold. Firstly, there's the enduring shareholder representative group that is going to govern the water organisation. It's got a secondary purpose which is somewhat ambitious, but it's attempting to coordinate across South Canterbury region in this area. And we wanted to be a bit of a big tent committee, and we've engaged with our neighbours about that. There's also the Downlands Water Scheme, which is an interesting complexity which we need to grasp the nettle with, and some further sort of ambitious ideas around a forum for spatial planning and coordination in this area. Then the final purpose of the Joint Shareholders Committee is a project purpose, and that is to oversee this project. It's a complicated, long and important project. The Joint Shareholders Committee will not be, is not an appropriate, we think, not an appropriate day-to-day governor, and so that's why we're suggesting that a working group from the JSC is established, and that's the SEG. Yeah, sorry about the acronyms. We'll get better, and we've been asked for a graphic, and so we'll get a graphic, but they will meet with the steering group, the CEs and senior leadership on and we will establish a rhythm of meetings as we get more clarity as how we roll out the project. And so that's the JSC as such. Any questions on those terms of reference or the JSC in general?
Just a couple, and I realise it's probably hard to change at this point, but it starts with the word govern. And apologies because I couldn't come up with a better word. But that worries me right at the start. It says the primary purpose is to govern as shareholders their company, but that's the director's role, and this is where you get into strife, is when the shareholder group think they're the governors. And so I did have a little bit of allergic reaction to that being the very first word in the document. And then my only other point is right at the very end where we've got the responsibilities. We talk about appointing directors, but we don't put about the letter of expectations and the setting of the KPIs, which are responsibilities elsewhere, but not in that very last part of the document. And I had one other comment once you catch up with that one. So that was on the appendix, sorry, on our page 121.
The governance oversight responsibilities, page 117, that second bullet point references the statement of expectations.
No, this is in the appendix on page 121. Because you do have it elsewhere in the document, but not there.
Yeah. So this template is a DIA one and not how I would have gone with it, but I didn't, rather than reinventing things. That page 117 does identify that they have governance oversight responsibilities for that. We have an interim letter. We have an interim statement of expectations to attend to this year, and then we will do a final statement of expectations towards the end of the year. And I guess we can work through that, whether or not the actual terms of reference give you enough clarity, and we can make those amendments. But it is certainly their prerogative, and it is noted there as their responsibility, and none others.
And then just one other thing, which is actually more a comment to the members of the room here, is this is quite different to how we operate with all of our other appointments in that TDHL, VT, etc. We have a committee that make a recommendation to full council, but this is clearly giving that joint committee the power to appoint and set remuneration, which means it doesn't come back through council.
Correct. Yes. Yes, the shareholders committee is the shareholder. Yeah.
I guess in some ways that makes sense though, because you've got two different councils and you could have conflict around the wider table. Yeah. Just on point 6, can we go there? I'd like to nominate Michelle as the further elected member and Stacey as the alternate because she's on Downlands.
That's right. We can happy to take that nomination, but we'll just park it and come back to it. Yeah.
So if we dealt with that, maybe I should discuss what happens next, because I did notice it wasn't quite in. Yeah.
And nothing too stressful, Elliot, I promise. But, what I couldn't work out was how does this committee ensure accountability back to the individual councils and communities? Like, how does this group communicate back to us? Because there's only a couple on it, so I just was a bit silent on that, and I don't know if that's supposed to be.
Elliot, that was a suggestion I made at the previous meeting on how that happens, and so it says in there that this committee is to hold the board to account, and then I suggested adding the words around by issuing the statement of expectations and getting the board's response. So what generally would happen, I've seen in other organisations, is you publicise the board's response to the statement of expectations so the whole community can see how they've met those expectations, and that's how accountability works. But Elliot may have a far more professional answer than that.
The JSC will keep the council informed, and there are, in Appendix C, there are responsibilities on that JSC to provide recommendations to the council regarding changes to the JSC terms of reference, shareholders' agreements and constitution, fully engage with the council and so forth. So that's their role.
Get that. That was the work program though, that's not in this agreement. And my question is, what mechanisms exist for this committee to intervene if performance declines? And, like the company or the board, like?
They would have standard shareholder powers under the Companies Act, and then they would also have recourse to the letter of expectations.
Okay.
Yeah. The appointment of directors is the key. Yeah.
In respect of the JSE keeping the parent council informed, I mean, that's going to be something that each council will need to work through with their JSE. I would envisage the extent of Commerce Commission reporting required out of the water company is going to give us all a lot of material to work with, and that material will be published for the consumers of the district and available to everybody. And then it's really just a question of councils corralling their members on the JSE for answers and for information. I believe there are some more specific parts in here which refer to reporting cycles, but they're all public piles of information that are going to filter back to the council in any event.
Going to take us through the body of the main report now, or should we ask some questions on that?
I didn't want to. I took it as read. I did take it as read, but I'm really happy to discuss any of it. And I've tried to pull out under the various headings the sort of more important bits. So if there's any particular questions, yeah.
Sorry, and and I think we've sort of talked about it, and that's around I have employment. Sorry, I'm just going to get that in here. It's clause, it's from 15 onwards, 107. Just out of interest, like, I get how that's going to work. What role does the union play in the new entity? And does everyone go to an individual, or do they all go to an individual employment agreement? Does anyone thought about it? Like, I'm interested in what that looks like in the future.
There is a clause in the collective that we have to work through. Yeah.
Still it's not council anymore, it's its own entity, and I didn't know if it became a standalone.
Yeah, there's clauses in the collective.
And then I think Councillor Burt and I had a conversation around this, and that's the scope of services in stormwater. And I'm just concerned, and I know we've worked through this, but I presume more work will be done, but that integration between stormwater management and wastewater management and practices, they work together. And I suppose what I'm concerned about is the significant investment in stormwater won't benefit from the scale, and that's what we're trying to do, is build scale. And so we've decided to go sit that one to the side. But
I can answer that. So stormwater and wastewater are very separate. Okay, they don't mix, they don't merge. They shouldn't, but we've commissioned a piece of paper being done by Rationale to give us a paper on where stormwater should sit and the reasons for and against that, so as we can bring it back to council to have another look at that. Have we got that right?
I think that'd be great, because I suppose my concern is, I wrote here, I don't want the stormwater to become the poor cousin.
Exactly.
And be underfunded and reactive rather than a coordinated. So I did have that as a note. I think too, that split model risk of that siloed decision making, between that new entity and here. So I appreciate that. So that's great news. Thank you.
Okay. I'll jump forward to what we're doing next, and that doesn't stop any questions on any of those documents. Probably most helpful is if you go to Schedule 3, and I'll get you a page number. So it's page 145. And this is essentially where we're at with a scope and project plan, although we worked on this yesterday with officers at Mackenzie in some detail. And I think, just so you know what's happening next, we're concluding phase 1, which is March, and then we're looking at April. In this phase, we are going to be running our first Joint Shareholders Committee meeting, and at that meeting we're going to be adopting board skill matrix, and what we really need to be doing is moving into appointments for the establishment director, the establishment chair. It's really critical. It's very difficult for us to confidently move forward without that accountability partner, and so we just need to highlight that as something that has to be tackled at pace. The JSE will be appointing the working group, the SEG, and the JSE will also be receiving information from the project team and the steering group on procurement and really an update on where the project is at. We will also importantly be doing DIA reporting, and I didn't highlight that on page 145, but that is highlighted in my mind. That's really our sort of compliance step next month. I think this project is quite conceptually odd, which is why I've got that table at the start of my paper, page 106, with all the, the phases and ownership, governance, and delivery and establishment. I think the simplest thing I'd say is that we're making up this joint operating model, and we need to get that theory clear in our minds before we actually then go off and create the company. We need to know the function needs to be first. And then we need our accountability partners, the director, the transition director and transition CE, and then we'll actually negotiate what the company looks like, and then we'll move into the transfer agreement phase, which is sort of next year. Yeah. I don't want to get into too much detail there, but I'm really happy to answer any questions on that.
Further questions? Councillor Harper.
So I'm going to just back up Elliot before, sorry, Councillor Harper. We really need to do those two very soon, those two appointments. So the JD for both needs to go to the JSC as quickly as possible, and also the skills matrix needs to be sitting alongside it.
Yeah, that really needs to be coming through to that first meeting. Councillor Harper.
Just acknowledging the amount of work that's gone into this. Is this setting precedent for other council mergers? Is it unique to Mackenzie and TDC? Is it anything that can be shared with anybody else, or is this just going to be a one individual?
We're a little bit down the line, so there's opportunities like from Selwyn to learn from others. It's maybe unique in the compatibility. I mean, we already share a lot of shared services, and so I think there's actually a good base to build on. And we're a simple proposition. There's only 2 shareholders, which actually makes it a little bit more simple, and also potentially we could be a little bit more ambitious about the level of interconnectedness that we could achieve. Hence why making the committee a little bit more of a big tent committee. Like if we were trying to juggle 4 or 5 other shareholders, you wouldn't be trying to invite your neighbours along to talk about syndication or shared services or just general collegiality as we all embark on what's a really new and highly regulated service delivery.
Yeah. I think there will be some good opportunities with once the establishment CE is in place, because there's a network of CEs already. And a lot of collaboration. So I think there's certainly opportunities sitting in there not to duplicate everything.
Mr. Trainer, I just have a question around obviously the usage of our staff. So we have obviously, and I presume the finance lead is Andrea and project manager. I just wonder how we're backfilling them, because I presume this is pretty big workloads at the moment for these guys, which is important, and I just wondered how we're supporting them, or how does that work with Mackenzie?
So what we decided yesterday is we've got sub-projects within it. What do you want for a better word? So the 2 or 3 councils, officers from each council are coming together to look at potential options for their particular areas, and also what resources are required to get that over the line, and also what budget that comes, so as we can pull the budget and the plan together, and then we can work out what resources we require. So that's critical. It's quite clear to us that Finance is a big one, so that's going to need its own person pretty quick smart, as does the interim CE, and also the project lead to hold the project together. And it's more a program than a project, to be honest. It's more a program, and getting that pulled together so that we're actually on track. And that's what Rosie's currently doing with backup from Prince.
That's, I suppose, as the chair of projects and procurement, that all that work that's currently going on is going to get put on hold. And
yes.
So how are we doing that? Because even Susie talked about the importance of the project management office at the moment, and that siloing, and so there's only two in that team.
Yeah, but once we get that work done, we will know what we require, and we also have to think hard about this because it's actually looking at 3 entities, not one. So it's looking at the 2 councils as well as the water service organisation, because a lot of the work that we're doing now will actually inform the LTP as well, because there is so much there's so much that we've got to think about. Does it go to the water entity or does it stay in-house, and how do we actually pull that together? So there's a lot of work, and it does actually pull itself together, I think.
Yeah, because you could even see that in your capital project program,
Yep.
you know, that spreadsheet, you could see that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that point, though, as far as the requirements and if there's a need to backfill, et cetera, so your current or that other work program doesn't get delayed. Councillor Jackson.
Just on the water services delivery plan for Mackenzie, still needs to be approved by DIA, right? So do we have much overview over that? And if we do, could there be any curveballs in that moving forward?
They filed theirs on Thursday, and they had a number of matters to address which we're aware of, but we haven't gone through that. We do know that we need to blend them and check our assumptions and see where we're at with that. But there's always potential for curveballs. Yeah.
I understand DIA put a lot of resource to help them get it through.
Alrighty, anything further from you, Elliot?
No, I don't think so. We've got the names for resolution 6. So, yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Probably one of the bigger discussions is what are we going to name it? But anyway, we'll hold that for another day.
Yeah, we do not have time today to do that. So, alrighty. Unless there's further discussion, we'll go to the recommendations. Recommendation 4, and assuming you're happy to move the recommendations in their entirety. There was a nomination for Councillor Pye, and as the alternative was Councillor Scott. That was moved and seconded. I'll just call, is there any other nominations? Everyone comfortable with that? So we had a mover, Councillor Puddington, we had was it Councillor Shannon, or was it Councillor Shannon had seconded it. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant. So, 9.9 Water Services Renewals Program. Funding to 30th of June 2026. And that's on page 158. Thank you, Elliot. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the report as read, but I will do a quick summary overview for you. Pretty much well, it's in here, we're requesting additional capital funding for urban water reticulation renewals and Geraldine stormwater. For urban water, the GL account where the money sits for renewals, reactive renewals and planned renewals all come out of the same account. What happened when we planned through for this financial year, we'd looked at our previous trends on reactive renewals, took in that there was an uplift on it of around 800,000. Unfortunately, at the moment, we're tracking towards about 1.4, 1.5 on that. 1.2. What's reported earlier in preparing this, we did discover that some plant renewals had been unfortunately put into the reticulation renewal, so we're taking that out, so it does bring it back down. But it is tracking over what we'd expected, which puts us at risk of going over with the planned work that we have scheduled in to go through for this year. With asking for that 685, that's kind of the worst case scenario. We have run into a bit of a hurdle around access for one of the projects, which while we're working through that may end up delaying that project into July, which means it would fall out of this financial year, which means we would come back in closer to the original budget on that front. So that's for urban water. For Geraldine, we reduced the budget significantly with where the consents were going, etc. What we've identified is that for the Waihi outfall, we'd like to actually get that done before winter. So that's about 50,000 to finish that and get that done before it really kicks in for winter. It helps with reduction in OPEX because every time it blows out, there's about $4,000 of OPEX. We will be reducing next year's budget as well, quite significantly. So that's where it's at. Happy for questions.
So just to follow on with Andrew, so how this has worked in the past is that the renewals and the emergency works have all been in the one bucket, one budget, and that's been historical here. The good news is, though, now that we're going into our water entity and the requirements from ComCom is that we are going to have to separate them all. And if you look at history, this particular line has been pulled back. It was about 3 million. It's been pulled back to about 2 million, and that's bitterness. And when you look at history, we've consistently gone over, particularly with the emergency work, and that emergency work appears to be creeping up, and that may be a sign that our renewals may have to be lifted.
And yet that was in the report as when we did the LTP with the original modelling showed that it was, if you smoothed it out, it was about $3 million a year to fit within the resource and constraints, etc., that had been pulled back to $2 million for the first 10 years.
Andrew, you said you've got scheduled work ahead. If that's not urgent, why don't we do this and push the scheduled work into next year? Because I presume we don't have this money anywhere, the shortfall.
I think that's effectively what we're saying, is that one of them is the lion's share of it will probably be in July.
So, and Caroline Bay is urgent. We would have normally put that under reactive, but because of the planning that was required and getting it, because with some engineering constraints, instead of it going under reactive back when we were originally aiming to get it August, it's now, we had to wait till rock and hot finish so that we could now get in to do that. So Caroline Bay is definitely an urgent. Evans Street is critical with the intersection.
It's because of the not the GL code, but that mix up, not the mix up in the finances, because what I was trying to flesh out with you was around the procurement process, and it was done many months ago, which tells me that this work was planned. But then when you came to it, it was like, uh-oh, we're short on money.
Yeah, so when we planned it, and we were basing it on that around the 800, and it does go up and down. That's the other one with reactive renewals. We were on track not to be as high. Now, with the forecasting, we can see it goes up. Admittedly, if we have what we had a couple of years ago, reactives might just completely drop away for 3 months. So it's very lumpy when it comes to reactive work, because it's as when stuff fails.
And that is why we're going to split them.
Councillor Pye.
I kind of found this paper quite frustrating, and it's probably a lesson for all of us in the room, in that, you know, we go and challenge officers to look for savings in a long-term plan, and then money gets cut, and then we have a request for more money later in the year, and I guess it's inherent of a larger problem, and how can we avoid that? And I have an idea for the annual plan conversation around that. That is not a question, that is just my frustration. My question is, there was a bit of miscoding of 1.4 million. Where is that, and which line do we see that in? Is that code now over budget, or is that under budget?
No, they're under budget again, and it was plant renewals that have been across other schemes within water. Yeah, so it was within water, but some of the rural schemes that show under, they're not quite as far under as what we're expecting. But yeah, it's rats and mice a crop, but it's all of a sudden got clumped into one, which pushed it up.
Further discussion? Councillor Harper.
Andrew, just the Geraldine, that the photograph on page 161 of the makeshift protection on the Riverwalk. Just getting this clear, is it you want 50,000 to fix that?
We want to put in a permanent, so improve the outfall, and also put a boardwalk over as well to protect it.
You do know that this is going to be underwater and probably washed out in a 1980s flood. I mean, this is going to be a metre underwater.
Which is a risk with all, and that, you know, pushing the 100-year plus event, and a lot of assets in the 100-year event will suffer some form of damage. What we're looking at is giving it more protection for that, so when it comes down, there's still an asset there. We're not having to go through and completely rebuild it. The boardwalk will probably be the thing that would need to be replaced, but the outfall itself will survive.
We are aware that this is all in the floodplain, right in line for the whole Riverwalk's could be
whacked out.
Could be whacked out. Anyway, $50,000, poor. It's eye-watering. Is that sort of, I would have thought, a couple of 400 mil pipe, PVC, PN9 with an angle sticking out of where that comes out of the side of the hill.
I think that was
Get a digger in there and just have a wee probe.
I think that was a problem that had been what was there, something quiet, and that's where it just keeps blowing out and washing out.
So it does,
Yep.
yeah. Well, I don't want to lose it, but
A working bee in the weekend, perhaps, Councillor Harper?
Geraldine Lyons would be all over it.
Alrighty, anything further, team? I think communicating the challenges with this cross reduction of budget, then bringing it back, etc. I think we can take that offline. To your point, Councillor Pye, for future discussion this afternoon, but also future planning for LTP. Let's go to the recommendations. We've got 1 and 2. Is everyone comfortable with those? If so, can I have a mover? Councillor Wilson, yep. Would you, Councillor Shan, would you like to second some investment into Geraldine? Oh, did he? Oh. Alrighty, Councillor Shannon, it is. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Good work, thank you. So we go now to REM policy, and then we'll be following that with gambling venue policy. Policy, hey, exciting. Tottenham Hotspurs coming to New Zealand.
Everyone's favourite championship club.
That's it. Championship, yeah. Anyway, policy. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. The paper before you, the remuneration policy, asks you to consider the version endorsed by the People, Performance and Appointments Committee, ask you to consider that for adoption. About a year ago, officers were asked by elected members to work up a remuneration policy. We hadn't had one in the past, and our understanding was that the intention was to have a high-level framework that applied to both collective and individual employment agreements that would provide guidance to the Chief Executive and others in relation to negotiations, and would step away from potential informal approaches in the past. Through the process of developing the policy, we received feedback throughout submissions that identified for us that for those on an individual agreement, they were seeking some additional certainty and clarity. So we've attempted to develop that through the IEA guide that's attached. In summary, the PPA has worked up the policy to the point where it is and endorsed it, and on that basis we present it to you as a recommended option. Do you have anything further you want to add?
Thank you, I've covered everything there. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Awesome, thank you. And we have kicked this around a little bit, but for those that haven't necessarily been involved in P&P in those discussions, is any further questions, confirmation? Yeah, Councillor Thomas, thank you. And
thank you. Firstly, when I first read it, I was surprised that we didn't already pay the living wage. And so I did ask some questions which have been answered, and I have read the previous time this was discussed, which I think was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
Can you, yeah.
Yes, this was discussed about 3 years ago or 2 years ago, I'm not sure, can't remember now. Again, just the living wage, by having a living wage policy, it only affects a very small number of people, so the actual financial impact on the organisation is quite small. And I would have thought that we would have had that included. I have asked some questions that have been answered.
Just in response to Councillor Thomas, it actually rattles right through everything. So you're actually starting, rather than starting at this point, you're starting here and then it goes up, rather than starting here and going up. And also, we do have a number of seasonal staff that actually are on living wage, and potentially there is an argument that should they be on living wage? There is an argument as to whether they should be on living wage or not, as in casual seasonal staff.
I think the challenge with a collective contract is that the living wage soon becomes the living wage plus, and that's the reality of why councils previously hadn't wanted to snooker the council to any commitment because of changing environments such as what we have now. You've now got, policy coming through from central government around, rates capping, those sorts of things. So that was always our approach, I think, where we didn't have anything. We effectively didn't have anything in writing. It was chosen not to in this regard, but it was well considered and has been, and respectfully, it is a new council, but it has been, we've sort of thrashed it to death a few times, haven't we? Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, look, at the impact is like 15-year-olds we employ at the swimming pool are on living wage, and I don't think it was designed for that, and it almost makes our pools expensive, hard to operate, so got to be careful what we aim for, really.
And the counter to that, though, is made sure we can keep staff as well. So it's probably probably had a positive and negative on the budget. Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, look, just from memory, and please correct me if you think I'm wrong, but the discussion we had a couple of years ago was around the fact that was having the living wage going to be affordable for our ratepayers. And I think we had a discussion around the fact that we felt that Timaru was a cheaper place to live than perhaps some of the other bigger cities where maybe a living wage might be more appropriate. But we sort of discovered that here, travel, costs of rents and home ownership, and that is a little bit cheaper than it is elsewhere. So that was my understanding anyway from that conversation 2 years ago.
Yeah, and a living wage is someone's policy, isn't it? It's a policy position effectively for advocacy, but it's set on the national costs associated with whatever that basket of goods is that they come up with the structure. But we're getting slightly off track. Back to this remuneration policy, is there anything further outside of the question? Councillor Thomas, did you have anything further outside of the living wage questions? No. Anyone else? Councillor Jackson, go on.
Oh, it was just a quick one, and that was just, I mean, do we have any sort of numbers around staff departures related to remuneration? I mean, are we losing people because we're not paying them enough? Is that an issue?
It doesn't appear to be an issue in our exit survey data. It's not being highlighted as a key concern.
Turnover is very low. Yeah.
Alrighty, I think we can move on then, team. So we have kicked this around a bit. So now the recommendation, the council adopt the remuneration policy. Is there any further discussion? I'm happy to move that from the chair. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Scott. Any further discussion? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, that's a win for policy. Hey. Well, I'm not getting many wins, so, you know, it's nice to have a policy win. Right, gambling venue policy. Welcome back, Brendan. Mr. Cooper, take us forward.
I'm just interested to know, Your Worship, whether or not you're putting money on Spurs surviving the drop.
Yes, you have to commit. It's a life. It's lifelong.
Oh, good. Right. In all seriousness, thank you, Council, for giving us the opportunity to put this paper before you. So the gambling venue policy paper seeks your draft adoption to take it out for consultation. This is a policy that exists to enable the community to, in some respects, have a bespoke local arrangement on gambling settings for Class 4 poker machines and TAB. So in that sense, similar to the local alcohol policy. We have, to help inform your considerations, updated the social impact assessment. One was undertaken in 2022 for the last review, and it's been updated with a focus on primarily what has changed since then. And also we've sought early feedback from identified key stakeholders and presented that feedback in full. So there's a lot of good material there, and hopefully you've had an opportunity to read that, and we'll ensure that it's available when it goes out for consultation if we get the nod today. A couple of updates. So firstly, in the paper it refers to our understanding about TAB venues in the district and there being none, and how I was awaiting confirmation from that from the TAB. Very happily they provided that confirmation to me today via email, so I can advise that what's in the paper there and what our understanding was correct. And then also in the paper, to just clarify a number or a statistic that was wrong in the workshop, it was pointed out to us by Pub Charity Limited that the return to community figure for, I believe it was 2024, was incorrect because the number that was on the DIA's website was incorrect. It undercounted their contributions by around $1.5 million. So we have updated that number based on what we understand to be the correct number to account for that undercounting. Sorry, that's a very poor syntax from me, to account for the undercounting from the DIA there. So just wanting to draw your attention to that, and the information that we put out to the public will obviously be based on those updated numbers. On the topic of putting it out to the community, any consultation under this policy needs to be in accordance with the special consultative procedure, so be undertaken for a month, opportunity for a hearing, etc. That requires a statement of proposal. We have not developed one final version yet because part of what needs to be in it is still being confirmed as part of the sign-off of the proposed district plan and the final decision, which I believe was announced on the 19th of March. Quite simply, that is because there are zoning changes. We want to ensure that the community, through the statement of proposal, are aware of those and able to overlay it. And I understand that the officers are just dotting the I's and crossing the T's with ensuring that that updated mapping, etc., is all correct. But based on my understanding to date, the change of zones is almost exactly identical. So it's on that basis that we have put that recommendation on the paper and ask that council delegate authority to the mayor to sign that off once we have it in what we understand to be a few weeks. Just finally, before I hand over to Paul if he has anything he wants to say, we recommend that we consult on the community with the minor changes as per the attachment 1 track change draft policy, and the reason for that is because, as it's said at point 36 in the report, the contents remained relatively stable for years. We normally don't receive much feedback when we do consult, and we understand that it's been working relatively well through the feedback that we have received through previous submissions and through the early feedback that we received. So we think that that might suggest that it enjoys broad community support, and we want to test that and explicitly ask questions to the community to tease out, for example, their views on the number of gaming machines per venue and the like. Further, our initial analysis of gambling data indicates that, for example, inflation-adjusted loss per head's likely decreasing. We can see that the number of venues, etc., is decreasing in line with broader national trends, and there seems to be agreement that online gambling, which is outside the scope of the policy, is of bigger concern from a problem gambling perspective. So on that basis, we are comfortable suggesting to the community that there be minor changes to bring it up to date, but like I say, to explicitly test that with them. Just finally, we've put a few focusing questions, I suppose, that's how I've called it at least, at point 27 in the paper, which you might like to take into account when you're reflecting on our recommendation to put out a broadly non-amended policy for consultation. Is there anything you'd like to add?
I think you covered it off well with those three finalies. The only thing I would say is that Brenda did speak directly with DIA about the requirement for consultation, given that if it were a bylaw, for example, it wouldn't trigger a consultation process, but they were quite firm that any amendment, even though technical in nature, will trigger the process. So just so that's out there. Thanks. Happy to answer any questions.
No problem. Councillor Piddington.
Page 203, Brendan, just for clarity, you say the venues have decreased by 6 over 2019 to 225 at the bottom of the page, and 10 since 2021. That doesn't make any sense. It's the bottom paragraph. Because if 10 have gone since 2021, there must be more than 6 between.
Sorry, so that's the machines, the number of machines. The number of venues has decreased by, by 1.
I misread that.
Yeah, so that second to last paragraph there is the venues, and the bottom one looks at a quick glance to be the machines.
Okay. Just an update too, Snits & Co have closed, so formerly Armadillos, so I don't know how updated you want your...
I'll look at that. The latest data that I was able to get from the DIA was, I believe, December. Yeah, I'm pretty sure for the workshop it was September was the latest available, and then this was updated for December. So it may be that that's come through since then. If we can get confirmation from the DIA about what's happened to their machines and confirmation about the status, etc., prior to consultation, we'll update that. Thank you.
Clearly confess that this is a statement, not a question, but I was going to ask the question about consultation, but Mr Cooper has answered that, and I find that very frustrating because these are minor details, and this is a classic example of the government putting extra cost on councils that are just unnecessary, in my view.
Should we try a letter? Gotta love putting the pen to paper. We could request, couldn't we, surely? Because it is a valid point that there's some cost to this and that we request.
It is cost neutral at the end. I know.
But what would they do if we didn't?
And meet the legislation.
I think there's a phrase that covers that, which I won't repeat in this formal venue, but they did seem quite firm in it, that's my understanding here. We pushed and pushed, and I was a little bit like yourselves. I thought surely there must be a little bit of wriggle room here, but it wasn't the case.
Yeah. So to expand on that slightly, so when we commenced the review, the main thing that had changed was obviously the Environmental Services Committee no longer existed. I asked Elliot, what would happen right now, for instance, under the current policy with reference to the Environmental Services Committee, and he said it would roll up the food chain to full council to consider. We put that to the DIA. They said their interpretation of the legislation was that any amendment, which would include that, would require consultation. When you add the fact that there will be the zoning changes, like I say, I understand that they're very minor, possibly incidental. That probably means that we're weighing more towards material changes, even minor material changes, and more towards consultation. But if it's the view of council to look for a letter, some sort of exemption, etc., if it's even within the DIA's ability to grant that, given the legislation, then that's obviously something we can explore, and we'll seek direction from you on that.
We could certainly, there's no harm in asking the question, I think, if we could explore that a little bit further. Councillor Thomas.
I suppose one of the other material...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Burt, sorry.
Yeah. One of the other material changes, though, and did I read in here that Class 4 gambling, which is TAB identities or organisations, we don't have any specific ones, although they are inside alcohol and what have you, that we don't have a specific policy on the allocation or relocation of these.
No, so we're not proposing, I say proposing, we're not proposing to put out for consultation a policy that has any material change in terms of TAB venues. It remains, the draft policy remains permissive in that sense. It's just a statement of the fact that we have no TAB venues in the district at the moment that meet the definitions of the Racing Industry Act 2020. That's separate to any TAB terminals at other sites.
I'd like to move it. I mean, the framework they've got in place is quite stable and well regulated. I know it does have impacts on the community, but I think that is more than fairly sort of carried by the return to community, because we're in an environment now where the only grants that a lot of organisations get, so social organisations, sporting organisations get, are from these particular returns from the gambling machines. So Government doesn't have an ability to in any way support that, doesn't intend to if these all went. So I think we should, I'd like to move that we adopt the change in the consultation that has been put forward.
Can I just add, firstly, I just want to acknowledge the societies that provided feedback. Clearly, the workshop poked a couple of bears, which is really good. So I just want to acknowledge those guys. But also that the returns that they do give to our community, you know, our schools, our clubs, our arts and culture, everyone really benefits. Well, some don't benefit. Most benefit from these societies being in our community. And I would actually like to challenge the narrative today, surprise, surprise, and increase 2.9 in our draft policy. And so I just wondered if there's support at the table for that, because that is the feedback that was received. And so I agree, I would like to see 9 machines. I agree to no cap, and I agree to no sinking lid. So just want to put that out there.
Happy to make those changes in that.
Councillor Thomas.
Just further to that, in the table that's on page 209, which just summarises the total amount given out to in the Timaru district and in New Zealand, noting that the legislation says that 40% of I think the GMP is supposed to be given out as grants, and Timaru is not getting anywhere near its fair share. So even though I applaud the, pub charities and so forth for advocating on behalf, let's actually make sure they also, or somehow we tell them that we'd like to get our share up to 40%.
And I just note the sentence that's underneath that, Councillor Thomas, there's probably a few percentage there, additional to what is there, just because of how the statistics are generated. And that's important to note as part of that.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of a balancing act, isn't it? Sort of, community good with community harm. And so I get both sides of the argument. It does appear to me, though, from the reading that I've done and from coming up against this 3 years ago, that we are organically seeing a drop in gambling of this type anyway. But I'd like to put my support behind Councillor Scott's message there about perhaps, we go from 7 to 9. It's increasingly difficult for the clubs that are left to make sure that they are supporting themselves and hence supporting the community with the good that they do from those machines. I'd certainly support going from 7 to 9, which is the national standard. Yep.
Yeah, to reiterate for a start, Councillor Scott's words there, that the feedback that we've received just for this report here has been excellent. It's been great stuff to read through, and I'll be very surprised if we actually hear anything new in new submissions if we have to put it out for the community to consider. Now, one of the things that did strike me too is this limit of 7 that we now have. If you have a look at all of those venues, there's only 2 venues there that are below 9 anyway. Everyone else is 9 or above. But it's been suggested quite strongly, and evidence with data, not just feelings, that that might make business propositions better for those that want the machines, and also to give back more to their communities, which of course is what these are all about to me. And it's enabling a group of human beings called adults to actually enjoy themselves. And I get a little bit fed up, quite frankly, with us trying to come up with rules that punish all of the adults that want to enjoy themselves. But the economic discussion in here surrounding the 9 machines per venue, to me, makes sense. So, like OJ and Councillor Scott. I'd like to see that in the document.
Look, I think based on this discussion, we have a requirement to consult. So let's not worry about the letter. We could try and sneak that one past, but I don't think you're going to.
I just sat here and drafted it.
Okay, any further discussion? Because I had a mover, yes, with an amendment, and so Councillor Scott was seconder. Was that correct? So I've got a mover and a seconder. Is there any further discussion for or against? Councillor Pye.
I will support the motion, but my preference would have been actually to make very little change and try and get away with not consulting. But if we're going to have to consult, I'm happy to put to the 9 to the community and get their feedback.
Perfect. Yes, Councillor Wilson. Sorry, my apologies.
Just clarifying, so what the amendment now is bringing in up to 9 and with the recommendation. Is that what we're voting on?
Yes, that's correct. That's the only addition, to what's up on the to go back and consult, because this is just draft. Yeah. So we're adding the 9 to the draft, which we'll then go and consult with the community on. Yeah.
So my understanding based on the discussion would be, and this is just a quick skim of the document, but it would be clauses 17 and 18. So it would, the draft policy for consultation would then read, quote, new class 4 gambling venues shall be allowed a maximum of 9 gaming machines, not 7, and clause 18, existing class 4 gambling venues operating fewer than 9 gaming machines shall be allowed to increase the number of machines operated at the venue to 9. So that's what we'd test with the community. I don't think there were any other references at a quick glance, but I'll check.
Well, from a personal perspective, I don't support the suggested increase, but because this is a draft going out for consultation, I'll just let the public decide, but it's certainly not my point of view.
Public won't decide; they'll give us feedback, and then we'll decide. But your point is well made, and I think, and I think you've got to have confidence in being okay to hear the public's feedback. So I think we've kicked that around enough. Just one last question for Brennan before I put the motion. So based on 1.08 to 1.11, which is what you would get if you put $1 on Arsenal winning the Premiership, is that an investment or is that gambling in your mind? You don't have to answer. So now we'll put the motion. If there's no further discussion, all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Great. Thank you. Welcome, William and Paul. We are on to road naming proposal, and we have 2. So we'll start with 9.12, which is 59 lot subdivision on Pages Road.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I'll propose to take the report as read. And in summary, this development has been consented and is near completion, at which time it will be vested in council. The road naming policy allows for 3 names to be submitted to council. In this case, the developer sent through option 1, which was the preferred option, and then 2 other options have been added and okayed with the developer.
Alrighty. I don't think we probably need to kick this to death, but is everyone pretty comfortable with the recommendations? If so, I'm happy to receive someone nominate that. Yep, Councillor Pye moved it. Councillor Wilson seconded. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Cool. And then we go to 9.13, renaming of Mizzen Road.
Your Worship, I propose to take the report as read and in summary. Mizzen Road, within the same development, has previously been named in June 2022 and it was at the request of the landowner's agent. At the time, the name was considered appropriate, but after further consideration has decided that they would like a more recognisable name. Again, the policy invites them to provide 3 options, and they have provided all 3 options.
I think the wind's changed. So is everyone comfortable for the renaming? We are renaming to Lanyard Road. Yep. Okay. I'm happy to move that from the chair. Happy to second that. Councillor Pye. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. You had the easiest reports of the day. Well, thanks, William. Alrighty, we go now to 9.14. Aaron and Paul, so we've got request for budget reallocation exemption to procurement policy, Timaru district growth projections. Welcome, Aaron. That's page 344.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I propose to take the report as read, and in summary, am seeking permission from Council to reallocate or redistribute some existing funding to engage rationale to provide for some Timaru district growth projections. This has been brought to Council because it's viewed as quite a critical work program in understanding our current situational awareness as we head into legislative reform, but also long-term plan water services delivery. It's been a key gap identified that we use different projections across different reports, and in doing so also proposing to receive an exemption from our procurement policy because I haven't sought 2 quotes based on the price bracket, and the rationale for that was we've got an existing relationship with Rationale. They've done a bit of work in help identifying this gap, and due to time constraints and the proposed work program, it's kind of urgent to get it underway as soon as possible. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Any questions? I'm relatively comfortable. To be fair, needs to keep moving. I'm happy to move that from the chair. Councillor Shannon, happy to second that. Was there any questions or discussion?
Really appreciate the transparency of this report. It's great.
Yep, well done. No, if not, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Well done. It was easy as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so so this is the Tamuka Endowment Fund, was it? Welcome, Stephen. Geraldine Endowment Fund, it's good to get this cleared up so we can get some go forward. Thank you.
Yep, through the chair, this is a fund with a fairly long and storied history, predates our council, the previous council, and possibly the council before that. So the land was basically initially given to the town of Geraldine to almost create the town of Geraldine. It's been through various sort of transitions since then, but it's never really lost its main purpose. This was all the information we could basically find on the subject within existing and public records. And it pointed that it's quite challenging to change the purpose of it, and it would require quite a lot more research and probably quite a lot more legal expense to go down that path. So it was really just giving councillors the option if it was something they wanted to progress or just keep as it's originally was originally proposed by the government back in 18 something or other.
Look, I'm relatively comfortable. I think probably the key one sitting under this is that the Geraldine Community Board just needs to be aware that the money sits there and the purpose, what it's for specifically. So if the opportunity did come for use, that they are aware, and I think that's been part of the problem in the past, that specific governing bodies haven't really had full understanding. That would be my only comments.
Yeah, so I mean the purpose that's down within the sort of establishment documents of Timaru District are that it is from the proceeds of endowment land and for the purchase of similar land.
Yeah.
Things like the medical centre fitted in quite well with that. And it's not all land that the council owns in Geraldine, it's land, specific land that was endowed with us back in the day.
But it could be used for the purpose of a dog park, as an example, which might be something that they want to progress and have talked about in the past. Councillor Harper, did you have any comments or questions?
Yes, thank you, Stephen. And I apologise to the staff members who had to go down to the bowels of this building and get cobwebs on their hair. But what we've got here is a very good report. Thank you very much. It's as much as you can come up with. But what we don't know is which pieces of land, and we might assume that all chunks of council land fall within the Geraldine Land Endowment Fund until we know which ones are which. Now, I have had a talk to, and Andrew Dixon might remember him, Matt Ambler, retired, and he seems to know a lot about which chunks of land were which. And I wonder whether this is this report is not the beginning of the end, but the end of the beginning. So have we got some more? Can we, if it's not going to be too tiresome for staff, dig into this a bit more and find out, and I say this, find out which chunks of land we've got, and I say this because it has been talked around in this chamber about, starting to sell off forestry blocks and perhaps odds and ends of council land or maybe Geraldine endowment land.
So the endowment, it's gazetted as town sections number 204, blah, blah, blah. They're all sort of within the boundaries of Geraldine at the moment. And there's a couple alongside the bank of Talbot Street.
There's quite a few on Talbot Street, and there's the chunk in Cox Street, I think.
Yeah, but I don't think we're talking about areas really outside of the conurbation of the town. So forestry blocks and things like that wouldn't be in there. It is quite contained within the town of Geraldine on the basis of that original endowment.
Do we know when the fire was? With records lost, we apparently had a fire.
Prior to 1989, so it's...
Prior to 1989. Was it just prior to 1989? Because apparently there was a fire at Timaru as well, and just on amalgamation.
Yeah, apparently it was someone from Geraldine went round and lit them.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to speculate on that.
Well, apparently,
It's a serial arsonist.
People who didn't like amalgamation said, right, here we go.
I mean, I think it speaks to the limitations of once you start getting back to files that are pre-digital or aren't scanned in our digital system. So things like where we've focused on things like getting property files scanned in, they're of a reasonably good quality and we can sort of produce them easily. But when you're going into the kind of deep corporate memory, a lot of that does, it carries a significant cost to actually go in and research stuff down to that degree. But we do have all the GIS maps of the area, so we know exactly what we own in Geraldine land, and we can probably cross-reference it if we need.
We can cross-reference it, rightio. So apparently according to Mr Ambler, we should be able to find out on the titles it should have land held in fee simple in endowment for the benefit of the people or the public of Geraldine on every title. Is that correct? I mean, I was scrambling when he was telling me this, so...
We can find anything with enough time and research.
Well, we don't want to overburden the conscientious staff of...
Yep. And it's down to whether the council sees the value in that and wants us to do it at the end of the day.
Look, it's a good point you've raised, Councillor Harper. My thinking would be there's money in a fund which can be used to purchase future land out there for the benefit of the community, etc., whatever the purpose is. We should have a process around divestment, and whereby something's divested, it should run through those hoops as such as has it been purchased previously or was part of, and that would be, in my view, the proper process rather than going through, because actually we don't often sell land. Yes, we're looking at forestry blocks and some of those sorts of things, so it might be more appropriate now than it has been in the past, and we should have good process, but I wouldn't necessarily...
I'd say that would be because if we went to sell the land, it would require us to check the endowment for that, so I think that would be an appropriate process that would streamline things versus, because we would have to stay true to the endowment at the end of the day without us amending it in some manner.
Yeah, and I think that would encapsulate, Councillor Harper, your thinking without being overly burdenous on the organisation, I think, if you're comfortable with that. Councillor Piddington.
That makes sense to me, because if we're going to sell something, we're going to get the title, and there clearly it will state that. So that's the time to, as long as whoever is on property disposal keeps an eye out for that, happy days.
No, we just approve that policy, but do we just want to amend that policy slightly to make sure that's captured in there? Because it will get forgotten. But that policy is looked at most times we sell a bit of land.
Yes, yeah. We can pick up on that point. Brendan, did you hear that one? Yeah, so it was just in regard to that policy, we might just need maybe an amendment to, if that's required. Yeah, just to pick up on that potentially. We can take that offline. Yeah. Anything further? No. If not, so we have recommendation 9.15. Council receives and notes the report on the Geraldine Endowment Fund. So comfortable with that? Yeah. Happy to move. Councillor Piddington. Seconder, Councillor Wilson. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Alrighty. Getting into the good stuff. We've just warmed up, haven't we? 9.16, Council Financial Performance Report to 28th February 2026.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd like to introduce Amrita. Tyler is absent today, so in his absence, hopefully Amrita and I will be able to fill in the gaps that Tyler would normally be able to answer. So we were able to send out February results a little bit earlier than what we would normally. We've had a couple of questions which we've since answered. February is still tracking along, is having a good result. Just one thing to note, at the end of March, we will be doing another reforecast to see where we think we might be at year end. So happy to take any further questions.
I thought I had no questions since I had so many last time, but my only comment is on page 366, and I did bring this up last time, but that CapEx on the Pleasant Point swimming pool, it should not be in there, and I'm just worried that members of the community looking at it, because remember we subsequently found out there was even more to come and then put the whole thing on hold until the long-term plan.
We'll put that in noted for next time.
Cool. Any further questions? And thank you for providing that early. That's really handy. Nothing further. If not, we've got a couple of granny ones to get through, so we'll move that on. I'm happy to move that from the chair. Can I have a second to that, for that, please? Yeah, Councillor Pye, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant. So, 9.17, Timaru District Council Local Government Statements. Governance Statement. Welcome, Steph and Stephen. That was on page 364. No, that's incorrect. 380. Apologies. Welcome.
Thank you, and through the chair. So what you have in front of you is the local governance statement. It has two purposes. One is its legislative compliance for councils, Section 40 of the Local Government Act. And the second one, just as important, it's about ensuring that we can have a document available to the community which outlines how the community can influence decision-making for council and engage with council process. Due to the adoption of the REM policy, which is one of the requirements under the Act today, that will now need to be added to the document prior to publishing. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Pye.
Sorry, I have a few bits of feedback which are kind of irrelevant, but I just thought if this is the opportunity to change them, I guess. And so under, on page, 389, we talk about 4 swimming pools. I would have said facilities or centres, because we have, 2 or 3 at Seabay alone, depending on how you count pools. Roading and footpaths, we start with 16 traffic counters, and I'm sorry, but that would be of the least interest to the community is how many traffic counters we've got. Like, why don't we have bridges or unsealed road or something like that? I just wondered, that seemed an interesting thing to start with. I'll pause. You answer that while I find my next comments.
Yeah, so for ease of efficiency, these 2 pages, that one and the next one, are what we used for the pre-election report, so to make it more efficient, I'm recycling content that was already there, so we don't have to redesign 2 more pages for the purposes of this document.
So you're saying we're kind of stuck with what's here, because I'm going, even roading and footpaths, all it talks about is road safety programs and street cleaning. What about fixing potholes and repairing bridges and all of the other good stuff we do?
Yeah, so we can change some of them if you would prefer to make it some of the more critical infrastructure assets. I've got no issues with that. This was purely for ease of efficiency to make sure we hit the legislative deadline of 11th of April.
There's probably one that I think should be changed then, is when it talks about public forum. It only talks about having it before council and committee, and sorry, I've lost the page now. But it also doesn't refer to the fact that we have our public forum online form now, and you can do that online, whereas it just doesn't mention that at all.
Apologies, Councillor Shannon.
Any little tweaks and what have you, we can still send these through afterwards, eh? Yeah, let's just do that, yeah.
What was the date?
You got a few things. I mean, like, for example, page 402, I'm sure Sharon Kane would be loved to be referred to as district licensing Mayor Sharon, but it's not correct. So there's a few bits like that.
Okay, so comfortable flicking some, sorry,
I was
apologies,
just going to say
Councillor
too, with such heavy reading, in point 11 you say there's changes to be made, but there's no track changes. We couldn't, unless I went and downloaded the previous document to this one, I don't know what the changes were. So it would have been really good to have seen those track changes in this document so we understood what was being changed.
Yeah, so with this one, I had to create this Word version from scratch. The previous Word version didn't exist, signed version. So that's why I tried to show
what had been changed,
what the key changes were in the report, which was basically your council committees, your subcommittees.
Okay, but it still made it quite difficult for reading.
Yeah.
And just a small tweak, I'm sure Councillor Piddington was going to bring this up, but he's not mentioned on page 400 as the Deputy of Projects and Procurement. So you didn't even see it, did you, Stu? See, I've got your back, buddy. Yeah, missed him off. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, I feel a little bit like Councillor Pye. This is an opportunity to showcase what we do, and we just, once again, it's just a tick boxing exercise, and I appreciate that everyone is busy and it falls into a time when we're doing annual plans, but yeah, it would have been good to make some more exciting things come forward.
Yeah, so with this, obviously this is not the version that gets published. The design version is a lot more interactive and does look a lot better.
Look, it's the content. You know, like there's where, you know, some of the stuff is just, you know, what we do, but I sort of thought there was an opportunity to zhuzh it up a bit.
That's right. We can still take, I think with those in the room, I think we'll be comfortable if there's some minor changes and a little bit of zhush is sent through. I think we'll be all comfortable with that. Yeah, happy to move. Yeah, that council receives, adopts and publishes the Timaru District Council Local Governance Statement 2025-2028. Mover Councillor Shannon, can I have a seconder? Councillor Pye, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. You feel like you're at the end, but you've still got another one to go. 9.18 is an important one. Draft annual plan 26-27. Stephen.
Through the chair, this is a pretty minor matter, so it should. No, we've got a significant number of documents to table today for your comment. Hopefully adoption, then hopefully we'll be able to take it to the next step, which is taking it out to public, we say consultation, but because it doesn't deviate from the long-term plan in a manner that triggers a significant policy, it's more of informing them, people, what our plan is. So, and they can provide feedback to you as governors before you adopt the plan later in the year. I mean, basically we have to take all the documents as read. If you have any questions regarding the financial statements or funding impact statements, Andrea and team can do it. I can speak to you regarding the draft consultation document, and we're happy to get feedback sort of offline as well for smaller matters.
So just to note, a question was raised early yesterday morning in regards to why does the surplus have $7.2 million when at the workshop we only had $1.9 million for a 9% increase. So the difference is purely vested assets. They've been removed when we talk to you from a rates perspective because they're non-cash. So they don't actually cover any of our expenditure. Hence, we have removed them when we've talked about what a potential increase would look like. From a publication and accounting perspective, it's a transaction that happens to be able to get those assets into our balance sheet. So that's why they look slightly different. And happy to take questions, but I guess where we're at is this is the information that, like Stephen mentioned, is to go out to the public for their feedback. This doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be the final result from an annual plan perspective, so you'll have the opportunity to look at that feedback, make any adjustments before the actual final annual plan is put together.
Thank you. And so will we schedule hearings if there is someone that's wanting to? Is that the thinking still, to have a listen?
Yep. I mean, we would usually have a hearings day that would effectively be an enhanced public forum on your deliberations day.
Yep. Yep. Okay, perfect. Andrew.
And could I also note the piece of paper that has been circulated is the movement from, in a bit more detail, from the capital program from year 3 of the LTP to what we're proposing for the annual plan this year. So hopefully it breaks up things into a nice little summary table.
Perfect, thank you. We'll go to questions now. Councillor Pye.
I have a question first and then a suggestion. On point 44, it says council's reviewed its fees and charges, which, yes, we have. We've had about 3 cracks at it. But we're still forecasting less than what we had in the year 3 of the LTP. Which, we kind of in the last few years have had this, let's move to a more user charges basis. It just doesn't feel right to me. Or is it just that's because now we're trying to be within the financing and funding policy that we've set ourselves?
As much as we would like to be, it would, a lot of areas, because it's based on individual areas, so dependent on where the individual areas have grown or have decreased. What we can provide is a breakdown of the activities where those variances are, and then have further explanation as to what they are.
Yeah, that probably leads nicely into my suggestions. There's been a little bit of discussion about what is the right level of detail for governors to have over the annual plan. And no, I do not want to know how many staplers you're buying, but I think it's important that we understand what we're actually signing off and approving here and what we're not. And it's important for officers as well, because otherwise we end up with a little bit of headbutting in council chambers when we didn't understand something was in the annual plan and officers have gone and undertaken the work. So my suggestion, if it is possible, would be to have a workshop at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting in 2 weeks' time, where we go through, the capital spreadsheet in far more detail, because by the time I actually got a spreadsheet that I could read, or as in read without going back and forth across the page like this all the time, it didn't really leave enough time to understand that fully, and what is cost saving, what's kicked into another year, what's last year. So it'd be good to get so that we all have buy-in to that. And then I really like the level of detail we get in our monthly financial reports and the commentary that's with it. And if we could get that level of detail, which is not, I think is a good mix, in the annual plan, then we should get buy-in from everyone in this room as to adopting the annual plan and not having, we didn't realise it was in there.
Sure, I'm sure we could pull something together for that.
Just on that date, because of the rates and revenue workshop, we have a tight amount of time, so we just need to think about how we time it. But we can take that offline.
We can do dairy farmers' hours.
What's
Dairy farmers' hours. We'll start at 5.
But we'll have a look at that, yeah, for sure. Councillor Jackson.
I'm pretty sure I've asked this question before, and perhaps Mr. Traynor can help me with this one. So just capital investment forecast 106.9 million in 26-27, and I know that Councillor Scott has already brought this up previously, but how much of that are we likely to get through? And if we don't, we make savings, right? But what is the impact of that? And my understanding is we are, in fact, rating our ratepayers for work that's not going to be done. Am I correct in saying that?
I can answer that. So when it comes to capital expenditure, depending on the type of expenditure that it is, if it's renewals, that's what we rate the ratepayer on, right? Which is where your depreciation. So if the renewals don't get done, they go into a reserve in the balance sheet and are then future expenditure. If it's loan funded, then the savings that the ratepayer we're not actually borrowing, so therefore the financial costs in the following year will be less.
Can you write that down in an email and send that to me so I don't have to ask that question again?
Sure.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. The side team?
No, I support Councillor Pye. I found the spreadsheet. It was good to get it this morning. Michelle sent it to us and it was a lot easier to be able to filter across. But I would really think that everyone would value some more work around the spreadsheet, because even with the water work, there was, some of it was going into the WSO, some is not, and I think it would be really important for us to understand. The new page helps, but it's just now significantly. So Oh, this one. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, I haven't had a chance to read that. Bloody hell. Sorry. But, yeah, but I also, and I think what Councillor Jackson is trying to, and I support what he's saying, is we need to understand we've still got a lot of capital planning work to do between now and the 30th of June. And so we need to understand, at the moment, there's only, this is where I get confused about this spreadsheet, and the narrative in the report suggests there's 50, now let me find it, the carry forward didn't match the spreadsheet. So for example, 56, the proposed capital program 26-27 also includes 53 million of approved capital projects in the current year, rephased to be delivered over 26-27. And yes, that included the Theatre Royal Museum, Stadiums, Claremont, but that isn't actually reflected in that spreadsheet. And so that's just, so in the spreadsheet, when it comes under major projects and additional roading requests, that carry forward only sits at 12. So anyway, but I think what we're saying is it'll be really good to dice it,
I think we need to simplify the spreadsheet for you, because quite frankly, all we're needing is what's being brought forward, what's been carried forward, what's the new plan, and here's your total.
Yeah.
And some commentary.
Yeah, because
you don't need that big spreadsheet. You just need 3 or 4 columns.
But that would be nice. But also, we say we're going to do 100%, and we're not. Yeah, I mean, if I calculated this as just over 50%.
And I've questioned the SLT 3 or 4 times, and they all go, yes, we're going to do it, but I know they're not going to.
Is it in the KPIs? Where's Andrew? Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Trainer, because I find that quite, when I have to sit there and I drill into it, and we're talking about trying to be true governance, I end up drilling into it and saying we're not delivering on our capital program, and so it's...
And where we have previously was when we had program delivery holding to account, but we've got one better. We have a great chair of projects and procurement. So I think, but you raise a really good point, and we go in and out of capital delivery, and sometimes there's reasons, and but we need to do better, and I think that's the point that you're making, and how realistic is it? So yeah, that's important and well made. Yeah, Councillor Piddington.
Follows on from Michelle on 44. On 46, on page 429, Council's forecast its revenue to be 2.5 million less than year 3. The main driver is decreased revenue on interest and over budgeting in the LTP. That doesn't really tell me anything. I mean, 2.5 million's a lot, so I would like to know what percentage was revenue and what was over budgeted and what was over budgeted.
So included in that figure was the Endowment's interest, but because it's a intercompany interest, it should have been eliminated out. So it was about 800,000. We had actually forecast to have interest income on our cash investments of around 5%, and that's actually significantly lower now. So we're sitting at probably closer to the 3%. But at the time we budgeted, the interest rates were a lot higher than what they are now.
Yeah, but anyone reading that report, it would be great to have those 2 lines so I understand what the 2.5 is.
Sure. Sorry, just a point of order. We are about to go over 2 hours, so I just need to move from the chair a resolution to suspend standing order 4.2 to continue the meeting beyond 2 hours. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Thomas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Continue on. Further questions for the team? I mean, the reality is we have had a good kick around of this, so we can, if there's not further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thomas, yep.
Right. I'm just referring to attachment number 5. and the sample rates.
Oh, yeah.
And I know that you'll tell me everybody's different. Everybody's different in here. Residential, all of the residential samples are actually more than 9%. They're all actually 11, 14, whatever. Maybe one of them might be less than 9, but I think they're all over 9. Are we really going to tell our ratepayers that we're putting up rates by 9%, which is great because it's less than 12%, but realistically for most of them it's going to be over 11%?
Yes and no. This is the standard answer. I think it speaks to what is driving the rise in costs, which is investment in water utilities, which as soon as you have that fee included in your rates bill, it is pushing things up more than others. The overall amount of money, I mean, and this is in some of the reporting of these things as well, is that the overall amount of money coming into the council is 9% more, and that's what we budget on. How it breaks down from there depends on a variety of factors. We will, as part of the information going out to the public, actually show that breakdown, so we won't be covering it up in any way. It's quite clear in there, and it's graphically done in a way that people understand, so I wouldn't say we're hiding behind that, but it's always a bit of a there's always a bit of a disconnect between the headline figure and actually what appears on your rates bill at the end of the day, and it is driven by the individual costs of individual businesses. No one will be paying for something they don't get. So in the case of water charges going up, it will only be people that are connected to water utilities that are paying that bit, and that's why some of the, say, rural properties have less of a rise.
Supplementary question then. So, as this, as these higher than expected resident or higher than 9% residential rates, are we going to, or can we identify the water rate in the rates notice, or is it still included in? So that it's not actually separately identified?
Water supply is a separate line item on your rates bill, as a sewer charge. It's one of the largest sort of single items, and it's because that if you're not getting that, or you can be connected to the service but aren't connected to it, and you pay a half charge for that. That's why that identifies that. And it means that they charge different amounts for all the different systems people are connected to as well.
Mr. Trainer or Andrea, does those figures include like our theatre, museums and stadium costs for the beginning of next year?
Yes, they do, yeah.
Not fully, I don't think.
Have it all the operational, I presume it's
No.
just the loan. It doesn't have operational costs because no one's shown me what that looks like.
Because in 26, 27, they're only coming on for part of the year.
Yeah, but I presume these...
It's a 27, 28 when you'll really see the impact of those.
Well, I presume these only are the drawdown, the loan, that's the only thing that's been calculated in here, not ongoing.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
There are some
Because
indicative operating expenditure for those 3 months. So, for example, the theatre manager is in there. And then, the stadium, there is operational for the stadium. Less so for the theatre because there's just standard electricity, insurance, those kind of things, because until we know what the remainder of those operating costs look like, there is some in there.
And I have been thinking about this over the last week or two, that we really need to bring to the strategic committee what they will look like when they are completed, because I think there's a shock coming for both facilities.
Yeah, and I would have thought that would be trying to get that right before this annual plan is finalised.
So part of the workshop that we did a couple of weeks ago, we tried to identify what those future years would look like without the water, and adding in those expenditures. So at that point, we added in what we had in our long-term plan originally, because at that point, that was the only operating model that we had thought about what it might look like to cost. So in those examples of what the future years look like, there were indicative costs for the theatre and the stadium going forward. But obviously, long-term plan, that's when the full operating models will have to be looked at and then factored into the long-term plan. Yeah.
Alrighty. Questions exhausted? Everyone has spoken that would like to speak and ask a question? If so, we will move to recommendations 9.18 as is. Can I have a mover for those recommendations? Councillor Pye, seconder. I'll second that. Any further discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. No consideration of urgent, minor or public forum items. That's it, isn't it? We've done everything. Well done, good day. Lots of work sitting in behind that as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for the team from the community boards for sitting with us for the entirety of the day. It's a long day for you as well. Really appreciate that, and we'll close off now. Thank you.